Today I'm starting this short story, Chitra Fernando, Action and Reaction. Right? Chitra Fernando's Action and Reaction is a story related to Buddhism. Sinhala Buddhist background. Buddhist people are very much, but there's a saying, too much of anything is good for nothing. Too much of anything is good for nothing. Right? The reason is that we should not persuade anything more than wanted unnecessarily. There is a limitation for everything. There's a limitation for everything. Right? Religion also, we should impose limitations. No need to be religious too far. In the short story Action and Reaction, Chitra Fernando shows that reality. Right? This story earlier was called Perfection of Giving. Perfection of Giving. In Sinhala it is called Dana Paramita. Perfection of Giving. Here, that Dana Paramita is some term related to Buddhism, donation, alms giving. According to Buddhist temples, what monks preach, we should give. We should give monks, we should give beggars, we should give alms to monks, their robes and everything. Till die we should give to temple. We should give temple. When we give too much, in next life, in Buddhism there is life after death. Next life we can go to a best place. The ultimate ambition is every Buddhist is to attain Nibbana. Attain Nibbana. That means no life after that. We say it's supreme bliss of Nibbana. Now, protagonist of this story is called Mahinda. Narrator is Mahinda. Protagonist, narrator's father's elder sister. Protagonist is narrator's father's elder sister. Name is Lokunanda. He says Lokunanda, but monks say Payagalahamini. Monk says Payagalahamini. Right? Here says, now Mahinda is the narrator. Okay? Mahinda is a doctorate degree holder from London University. He is a doctorate degree holder from London University. Mahinda narrates the story like this. Right? This is the longest short story I think we have. Action and reaction. Normally, action and reaction. It is a scientific term. According to Newton's third law, every action has equal and opposite reaction. Have you heard Newton's third law in doing O-level science?
Yes, sir.
That is here told. Action and reaction. But here, the meaning is not scientific here. It is religious. In my family, everyone regarded my father's elder sister as a very good and generous woman. I thought so too. In those days, I had great respect for the opinion of my elders. Now, Mahinda, in a flashback, recollects his childhood. Father said, now try to be like Lokunanda Mahinda. She is an example to us all. Mother said, Lokunanda has more Shraddha than all of us. They are Sinhala words, Shraddha. Here many Sinhala words are there. Lokunanda never killed anything, not even a mosquito. And once I saw her saving some ants that has fallen into a basin of water. Now, there are sins according to our religion, Buddhism. Killing is a sin, right? Therefore, many people don't let even an ant die. Basin of water, even the most insignificant creature benefited from Lokunanda's attentions. Lokunanda never stole. She had a large house and a garden, a lot of jewelry and a small coconut property in Matara. She had everything she wanted. She never lied. She often said she never did, and of course, we all believed her. Lokunanda's conduct was always irreproachable. That means no one can approach her behavior. That fight is religious, genuine, right? She was a broad woman, a bit on the short side than very dark. Her nose and lips are very thick. Her skin coarse. She had a large mole on the tip of her nose and another with the hair in it on her chin. At the back of her head was a very small konde. Now, the word konde is also used, Shraddha, konde. Unless they were relations, Lokunanda kept all men at a safe distance, and they kept Lokunanda at an equally safe distance. She had never married. As for drinking or smoking, even the thought of her doing neither of these things made me want to laugh. Once Funchinanda caught, now he speaks about his school time. Siripala and me sharing a cigarette in the back garden, and the first thing she said was, how disappointed Lokunanda will be, Mahinda. You are only 15, but you are already doing all these bad things. Then she told father about it. Father said, I will not have smoking. I will not have drinking in this house. And then he told Lokunanda about it. Lokunanda looked at me in silence. She said, Mahinda, there's no need for me to tell you anything. Why should I say anything? Your own karma will deal with you. Smoke as much as you like. When you get lung cancer, you will know all about it. This gratification of these senses brings only disease, death and samsara. Another word, samsara. Don't say I didn't warn you. Right. Start the note like this. That day we discussed an extra class, අපි මේ දාගත්තේ අඟහරුවාදද බදාදද?
දැම්මනේ.
ගියදී හවුස් එකක් දාගමු කිව්ව නේද? හරි. Write like this: action and reaction by Chitra Fernando. Action and reaction by Chitra Fernando. Write like this: Chitra Fernando's short story Action and Reaction is a Sri Lankan experience with the Buddhist background. Buddhist background. Yes. The title Action and Reaction reminds us of the Newton's third law saying every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Yes. Anyway, Chitra Fernando being a Sri Lankan writer cannot be expected to deal with a scientific field. Yes. Full stop. Therefore, we simply understand that action and reaction action and reaction as Chitra Fernando titles is related to the teaching of Buddhism. This is about what we do as merits and evils are given their own reactions as beneficial or sinful. Full stop. In Buddhism, there is a belief of previous birth and next life. Yes. Buddhist people also learn life after life, and that is called transmigration. That is called transmigration. Transmigration අහලා තියෙනවා සංසාරය කියලා එකක්. නිශ්‍රා?
Sir.
සංසාරය කියලා වචනයක් අහලා තියෙනවා සංසාරය.
Oh,
හරි. We say transmigration. Right. Right. Another teaching of Buddhism is Karma. Karma. Yes. There are two types of karma. There are two types of karma as karma that is resulted in this life and karma that is resulted in next life. Karma that is resulted in next life. Yes. Yes. Now this story deals with the misunderstanding of religion. Okay. Misunderstanding of religion. I said too much of anything is good for nothing. We have to keep religion in the hand's length. Right? Right. The narrator of the story is Mahinda, a doctorate degree holder from London University. Yes. The setting of the story is Payagala town in Kalutara district. Yes. Kalutara district. Right. The protagonist is Mahinda's father's elder sister, whom he calls Lokunanda. Yes. Full stop. Later, we come to know that. Later, we come to know that the elder monk of the temple addresses her as Payagalahamini. Yes. Full stop. One of the special features of this short story is that the story has been written in Sri Lankan experience of English and there are many Sinhala terms included in the story. Right. Can you please read the note from the beginning up to now? No, please wait.
Chitra Fernando's.
No, wait. New para. In a flashback, Mahinda, the narrator speaks of his childhood and the life of Lokunanda. Full stop. At the very outset of the story, we are given a detailed account on the behavior of Lokunanda. Yes, full stop. As Mahinda says, in his family, everyone regarded his father's elder sister, as as very good and generous woman. Yes. Mahinda also tells that in those days, he had the great respect for the opinion of his elders. Yes. Full stop. Respecting elders' opinions is a feature of the Buddhist domestic background. Yes. Not only Mahinda himself, but all the family members regarded
සහමීට කියන්නකෝ.
but not only Mahinda, but also the family members regarded Lokunanda as a powerful character. Powerful character. Yes. Full stop. Now the story has been woven, woven, woven around Mahinda's Lokunanda and her religious deeds, DEEDS. It's a long story, step by step we have to learn. Otherwise you can't write context question. Yes. According to Mahinda's father, Lokunanda is an example to all of them, and according to his father, according to his mother, Lokunanda has more Shraddha, here word is available, more Shraddha than all of them. Yes. We simply come to know that this protagonist is an extremist in the understanding of Buddhist teaching. Right. Now you know, sometimes when a mosquito stings us, we kill. According to Buddhism, to fulfill a sin, killing, there should be 4 events. One, we should know that it is a live animal. Other thing, we should plan to kill. Because of the plan, we kill like that. Right? But killing a mosquito is not like that. Right? As we read, Lokunanda never killed, as we read Lokunanda, never killed anything, not even a mosquito, Yes, full stop. The narrator says that he saw her saving some ants that has fallen into a basin of basin of water. After that, say Lokunanda never stole, and she had a large house and garden, a lot of jewelry, and a small coconut property in Mathur. We should know that because later in the story, Lokunanda becomes poor. Yes. At the beginning of the story, we come to know that the protagonist is a rich lady with a large house, and garden, comma, a lot of jewelry, and a small coconut property in Mathur. Yes, now she had everything she wanted. She never lied. She often said she did, and of course, we all believed Lokunanda's conduct was always irreproachable. Yes. In this manner, Lokunanda is described as a tremendously perfect character who is immersed, immersed in the religion. religion. Now, immediately we come to know that Lokunanda also a misanthrope. Misanthrope means females who detest males, right? Abhor males. Okay, right, like this. Immediately after the narrative of Lokunanda's appearance and behavior appearance and behavior mm, the narrator introduces herself as a misanthropic misanthropic character. Misanthropic character. Misanthropic character. Yes. That means she detests men, as we read here, unless they were her relations. Lokunanda kept all men at a safe distance. And they kept Lokunanda at an equally safe distance because they knew it. Yes. Full stop. We read that. Lokunanda kept all men at a safe distance unless they were her relations and they also kept her at an equally safe distance. Yes. Because of her misanthropic character, She refrained from getting married. She preferred remain in a spinster. Spinster means woman who is not married. Yes. Because of her own misanthropic character, Lukunenda refrained, R-E-F-R-A-I-N-E-D, refrained from getting married, and preferred remaining a spinster. Preferred remaining a spinster. Yes. Then she write her misanthropic character and bachelorhood is resulted by influence of Buddhism. Yes. Her misanthropic behavior and bachelorhood are the consequences of her religious influence. Yes. That means she's a woman who has wrong understanding about the religion. Yes. After that, here in this para says, once Punchinanda, yes, we also discussed that. New para. Mahinda next describes one of the incidents of himself mm, smoking at the back of the garden with a friend called Siripala and Punchinanda, who caught them passed the judgment to Lokunanda. Yes. It is at this point we come to know that Punchinanda mean protagonists.
සෑහෙමීට කියන්න.
Or we come to know that Punchinanda means the protagonists on younger sister. Yes. Now Punchinanda has also absorbed the same qualities and attitudes of her elder sister. Yes. We also learn that Punchinanda has also absorbed the qualities values and attitudes of her elder sister. Right. Now, for the first time, the idea of action and reaction comes here. How? Lokunanda said, Mahinda, there's no need for me to tell you anything. Why should I say everything? Your own karma will deal with you. Smoke as much as you like. When you get lung cancer, you will know all about it. This gratification of the sense bring only disease, death and samsara. Don't say, I didn't warn you. Yeah? Smoke as much as you like. Yes. When you get lung cancer, you will know all about it. Yes. In the story, in the story. For the first time, the idea of action and reaction is given. Action and reaction is given. Yes. That is about Mahinda getting lung cancers as a result of smoking. Yes. Lokunenda's words are always too much religious. Yes. She speaks of karma, death and samsara. Last week we started reading the short story Action and Reaction. We did up to this place. Please read the last 2-3 sentences of the note.
Lokunenda's words are always too much religious. She speaks of karma, death and samsara.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
Yes. After that, we read this. Once Punchinanda caught Siripala and me sharing a cigarette in the back garden, and the first thing she said was, "How disappointed Lokunanda will be, Mahinda. You're only 15, but you're already doing all these bad things." Then she told father about it. Father said, "I will not have smoking. I will have not drinking in this house." And then he told Lokunanda about it. Lokunanda looked at me in silence. He said, "Mahinda, there is no need for me to tell you anything. Why should I say anything? Your own karma will deal with you. Smoke as much you like. When you get lung cancer, you will know all about this. This gratification of the senses bring only disease, death and samsara. Don't say I didn't warn you." Punchinanda, who was listening, nodded vigorously and said, "I hope you have taken all this, Mahinda. No need to look other way. We advise in for your own goodness." Right like this, Nukara. At the incident of Punchinanda catching Siripala and Mahinda smoking Mahinda's father handed over the incident to Lokunanda because they considered Lokunanda to be virtuous. Lokunanda to be virtuous. Yes. Everybody,
සර් මේ ටික නෝට් එකේ ලිව්වා.
come on, everybody respected her, then her to be superior to others. Yes. Demini, did you listen to the video lesson last week? Demini?
ඇහුවේ නෑ සර්. තාම අපිට එක්සෑම් කිව්වේ නිසා ඒකට පාඩම් කරා.
හරි ඒක බලපුවම මේක තේරෙනවා.
හරි සර්.
Superior to others. Yes. Punchinanda had also absorbed absorbed values and attitudes of her elder sister. As we are told, Punchinanda also unmarried and so had no household of her own. Yes. But though she was always singing Lokunanda's praises, sing praises mean Varna karno, she had a strange preference for living in our house. Actually, she didn't like, but she always sang praises, yes. As we are told, Punchinanda also remained unmarried. Punchinanda also remained unmarried just like her elder sister. Full stop. Here we have a point to think that Punchinanda did not like living with Lokunanda, though she always sang, S-A-N-G, sang praises of sang praises of right Lokunanda. Yes. She had, yes. According to Mahinda, Kunchinanda had a strange preference for living in his house. මේ පෙබරවාරි 4 උදේවරුේ ක්ලාස් දාලා තිනවද?
නෑ සර්.
නෑ සර්.
හරි. පෙබරවාරි 4 උදේ 9ට ක්ලාස් එකක් කරමු. නිදාස් උත්සවය බලනවද? ටීවී එකෙන්. ඒ බලන්න පොඩි වෙලාවක් ගමු නේද? අරගෙන කරමු. රයිට් ඕකේ?
ඕකේ සර්.
හරි. At the time of smoking incident, she was always talking about yet another instance of Lokunanda's generosity and compassion. Lokunanda's good deeds were uncountable. So everyone was quite certain that at the very least she could be sure of place in the Tautisa heaven. Yes, everybody expected Lokunanda to go to Tautisa heaven after death. Yes. Full stop. As we are told, everyone about the family expected Lokunanda to go to heaven after death. Yes. Now, heaven is also a concept in Buddhism. Yes. Full stop. We know that heaven is also a concept in Buddhism. Concept in Buddhism. Yes. But this instance of Lokunanda's generosity was not alms giving. It was not special puja. It was a donating loudspeaker to the temple for the relay of daily Bana preaching, so that all the Payagala townsfolk could not but benefit from loudness of Lokunanda's piety. Right? This was a meritorious deed which was much better. Lokunanda was going to yes. Yes. Now we come to know that Lokunanda also donated the loudspeaker to the temple. That means her full-time occupation is religion, temple, monks. Yes. We also come to know that Lokunanda donated the loudspeaker to the temple so that Payagala townsfolk, F-O-L-K, folk could listen to the daily Bana preaching. Daily Bana preaching. Yes. Full stop. Here we are given a point to think about Lokunanda's fullest occupation to the temple. Right. After that, we are told that this was a meritorious deed which was much better. Lokunanda was going to adopt a little girl from Mathura, not of course as a daughter. No one expected even Lokunanda to go to such lengths. It was unthinkable that the toddy tapper child could be Lokunanda's daughter and therefore our relatives. Lokunanda had took much consideration, too much common sense for that. She was a very practical woman and Kusuma was to come to her house as a servant. Yes. New para. Mahinda describes another incident of Lokunanda's generosity as adopting a poor girl from a toddy, T-O-D-D-Y, toddy, Taffer's family, T-A-P-P-R-S, toddy, Taffer's family. Now here we are given the difference between rich families and poor families. Now, she was a very practical woman. Kusuma was to come to her house as a servant. Yes, she was to come to her house as a servant. As we read, Kusuma was to come to her house as a servant. Yes. Now, she pretended to the society that the girl was brought up as a daughter, but that is not that way. Now, this incident of Kusuma, an arrival of Kusuma at the house, reveals Lokunanda's real character. Yes. Later, we learn Lokunanda's real character after the arrival of Kusuma in her home. Yes. Though she pretended to the world that she brought Kusuma to bring up as a daughter Kusuma's role there was becoming a servant. becoming a servant. Now we are told that Nangi and I said one of the special features of the short story is that writer always use Nanda, Piriddhane, Mandappe, Nangi, Akka, Punchinanda, Tamma. Yes. Nangi and I were at Lokunenda's house the morning she arrived, Kusuma. Her father said was 12, but she looked about 9. She was small and skinny and a huge dark eyes half filled a little face, lies crawled in curly black hair. There was a sores on her knee. In the village she had lived in a one of 8 children, half starved, beaten and bullied. Lokunanda's faces out there was the comfort of good food, clothes and suitable wage deposited in a post office saving account. That time there was post office book, savings book. තැපැල් කන්තෝරේ තිබුණ ජාතික ඉදිරියෙන් බැංකුවේ පොත් සල්ලි දානවා. As mother said, what more could any sane servant expect? It was, we all felt the perfect sum total of a servant's happiness. Father said, that girl must have done a lot of merit in her past lives. Just imagine, after living like an animal in that hut to come to house like Akka's. Yes. Kusuma's presence in Lokunanda's house suggests the distinction between the rich and the poor, social classes. Yes. Kusuma presents the grassroot mean බොහොම පහළ පන්ති GRASSROOT grassroot suffering social class while Lokunanda represents the relatively rich social class. Yes. At least she was not grown up suitable for her age. Because she was victim of malnutrition. She was a victim of malnutrition. Yes. Yes. As we learn, she was small and skinny, and her huge dark eyes, half filled her little face. Her little face. Yes. As a poor girl, she was also neglected. Yes. The narrator tells that lies crawled in her curly black hair, and there was a saw, saw on her knee, K-double-E. Yes. In the village, she had lived in a hut, half-starved, STRVG, starved, because there were 8 children. Yes. Lokunanda's house is big and spacious, so that it was a different place for her. Yes, now here say, father said that girl must have done a lot of merit in her life. Just imagine after living like an animal in that hut to come to Lokunanda's house. Yes. Mahinda's father's response was that Kusuma lived like an animal in that poor house and she was too much meritorious
So in that poor house කියන තැන ඉඳන් පොඩ්ඩක් කියන්නකෝ.
yes Kusuma lived like an animal in that poor house and she was too much meritorious to come to Lokunanda's house. Lokunanda's house. May kattu nama pawenna. Yes. According to him, according to Mahinda's mother, the new house is a heaven to the girl. Yes. Here we could identify the attitudes of rich families towards the poor. Yes. We were reading here. We tell me the sentence.
Here we could identify the attitudes of rich families towards the poor.
Yes, towards the poor. Yes. After that says, she's not bad looking, and with all good food she will be eating, she will soon fill out. I hope she is not going to be greedy and steal. That must be firmly stopped right from the start. Punchinanda did her best to see that everyone observed the second precept. Yes. Now, Punchinanda's words are also insulting towards that girl. Punchinanda's words Punchinanda's words. Towards the little girl are also insulting. Yes. She says that Kusuma will not be greedy and herself stealing must be stopped right from the beginning. Yes. Or they say, don't worry, Akka knows how to deal with stealing. She gives her servants too much. For them to misbehave is just raw wickedness, nothing else. As she always says rightly, no one can escape karmic law, Father said firmly. Yes. Yes. A week later, Lokunanda came to our house with Kusuma. Already we noticed an improvement in appearance. Her hair was clean and lice-free. When she had arrived, she had been wearing a badly sewn shabby frock. Now she wore closely fitting white cotton house blouse and pretty flowered red and white cloth. Everyone complimented Lokunanda on her good work. She looked very satisfied. I know how to treat my servants. That's why they never leave my house. Salvi has been with me for 50 years now. This was perfectly true. Lokunanda did treat the servants well. They enjoyed a fair bit of comfort in the house. The full effort of Lokunanda's generosity to Kusuma appeared in about 3 months' time. That in the time seemed to have grown taller, fair and certainly very much fuller. Lokunanda often said there was nothing wrong with appetite. She eats as much as Salvi. She loves sweets. Yes. And doesn't she love sweets? Yes. Punchinanda said, now don't spoil her. I hope she won't steal. Have you caught her at it ever? Yes. New para. Kusuma becomes the subject matter of the chatting of the family. Chatting of the family. Yes. According to Lokunanda, Kusuma also eats like the old servant Salpi.
Sir, I think
According to Lokunanda, Kusuma also eats like the old servant sulpy. Yes. As she tells, she's a bit greedy, but she gives Kusuma plenty to eat. So she really has no need to steal. Now here says yes. If she steal, will you beat Lokunanda? Ask Nangi with interest. No, Mala, I don't beat anyone. You know that. I'll know what to do. I always follow the karmic law. It is my constant guide now. She said that karmic law is her constant guide. We read from Lokunanda's onwards that karmic law is her own guide. That means she is too much immersed in religion. Yes, okay. From the beginning itself of the story, we learn that Lokunanda is too much immersed. I-double-M-E-R-S-E-D, immersed in the religion. Buddhism. Yes. I was sometimes puzzled by Lokunanda's way of talking about karmic law. Of course, we all knew about karma. I remembered very well what the monks in the temple used to say. Everybody had to take the consequences of these actions in one way or another. If you wanted too many things, your desires would make you linger in samsara. You would be a prisoner of your desires. That's what the monk said. But I wasn't sure that I understood, because Lokunanda, who was so wise, seemed to want a lot in return for whatever she did. but in those days I didn't bother too much about such things. I had so many more important things to think about, like how to dodge mean avoid party classes, so ways and means of smoking without being caught and lectured to, right? Mm. Now, she seemed to want many things in return, right? Ultimate ambition of Buddhist is Nibbana, yes. Here, the story gives us a point that Lokunanda's aspiration was different from the ultimate ambition of Buddhists. Ultimate ambition of Buddhists. Yes. Right. Every Buddhist wishes to attain Nibbana, but Lokunanda seemed to want a lot, Lokunanda seemed to want a lot in return. In return for whatever she did. Yes. Then say Lokunanda was pleased with Kusuma. She was intelligent and learned quickly. She soon learned to be neat and clean. She was very helpful in the house. She dusted the furniture, all Lokunanda's carved ebony chairs and couches in the sitting room. She cleaned all the brass trays, lamps and vases. She was very good at fetching and carrying. Lokunanda wondered whether she should teach Kusuma to read and write. She thought it about a bit. Then she told us that to teach Kusuma how to crochet would be far more useful. Lace table mats were in great demand and fetched a very good price. Lokunanda was a very practical woman. After Kusuma's arrival, Nangi began to visit Lokunanda's almost every day. Kusuma knew very little, so Nangi began to feel very wise, though she knew very little herself. I was, of course, the really wise one among the youngest lot. In those days, we all thought ourselves very wise, but very acknowledged Lokunanda to be the wisest. There was her own opinion as well, naturally. Yes. Though Lokunanda is the protagonist of the story. Protagonist of the story. Kusuma plays a significant role yes. Now yes, the relationship between the narrator's younger sister and Kusuma also shows the difference between the rich and the poor. Difference between the rich and the poor. It seemed to me that Nangi liked showing off a bit. She would sit with Kusuma on the veranda steps and tell her all about the wonders of the world. Had Kusuma ever been to Colombo? No. Then she wouldn't ever been in a lift, would she? No. Had she ever been on an escalator? No. Kusuma's ignorance was so satisfying to Nangi. Had she ever been to the zoo? No. What was a zoo? Nangi was in her element. She told Kusuma all about the zoo. The tigers, the lions, the bears, the giraffes, the kangaroos, the zebras, the red-black baboon, the elephants. Kusuma had seen an elephant too. Nangi was quite disappointed. Where had Kusuma seen an elephant? Dragging logs on the road. That wasn't so bad. The zoo elephants didn't do anything as silly as foolish as dragging logs. They balanced on the little stools or skipped around the arena. Then all the people laughed and clapped. Kusuma longed to go to Colombo to see all those marvels. She asked Nangi 1001 question. Yes. Now this is Sri Lankan origin. Yes. In writing, this short story, the writer uses the Sri Lankan origin of English. Sri Lankan origin of English. Yes. According to Mahinda, his younger sister described zoo animals to Kusuma And Kusuma asked Nangi 1,001 question. One question. Dahaput ekak prasna. English we don't use such expressions in English. Yes. Nangi brought pictures. Kusuma had never held a book in her hand before. She turned the pages carefully. Nangi lent the books for a few days. She couldn't read, of course, but she loved looking at the pictures. Then Lokunanda ordered Nangi to take the books away. Kusuma looked at the pictures too often. That very afternoon, she was looking at pictures when she should have been polishing the brass. Of course, Lokunanda didn't mind Nangi talking to Kusuma, but she must not spoil her. So Nangi took the books away, but Kusuma talked and talked about the animals at the zoo. Now, we also find an idea that Lokunanda was also a Hippocratic woman. Yeah, though she was religious, she was Hippocratic. Why do we tell so? She did not like Mala. That means Mahinda's younger sister reading books to Kusuma. Lokunanda says she must not spoil her. Yes. Here we are given a point about Lokunanda's character as a hypocritic one. Hypocritic. Hypocritic, hypocritic one. Yes. When Mahinda's younger sister Mala was reading books too, Kusuma, Lokunanda's response was that Mala, that girl's name Mala, must not spoil Kusuma. Yes. It was after that Nangi took the books away. Yes. Now Lokunanda didn't like Mala reading books. Yes. It's spoiling. The cat is like the tiger, said Kusuma. It's like tiger, and she cuddled the household cat. Yes, I said. The cat is kind of tiger, and I told her all about cats and tigers and leopards. She listened to me with her great black eyes wide open. She had a great longing for information, for knowledge in those days. The new year drew closer. We were going to spend the new year in Colombo with Punchiam and all our cousins. Nangi asked, "Can we take Kusuma too?" Mother looked surprised. It was such a new idea. She didn't know what to say. She never been to Colombo. She has never been in a lift. She has never been on an escalator. And she has never seen a lion or a tiger or a giraffe or a zebra or a kangaroo or Nangi had to stop for breath. Lokunanda, began Mother. I'll ask her, said Nangi. I decided Nangi was a lot wiser than I had thought. We went to Lokunanda next day. Nangi carried the dish in her hand. Now they were going to Colombo. They wanted, now this girl wanted to accompany Kusuma, because she was isolated. Mala is her, Kusuma is her friend now. Mahinda, so Mala taking something. What's that? I asked. Nothing, said. Nothing. Let me see. I lifted the cover of the dish and saw the Varaka inside. I laughed. I understood all. She was taking Varaka to Lokunanda. There's nothing to laugh. Nangi said a bit huffily. Mala, what's that? Lokunanda, I the dish with great interest. That means Lokunanda liked to get the things. We had a lot of Varaka at home. And I said, you liked Varaka? So Amma sent it. Now Varaka, Nanga, neither. Lokunanda smiled. She loved getting presents. Nangi said tomorrow she would bring her some mangosteens. Tomorrow Banda would come from Kalutaran. He always brought mangosteen at this time of the year. As we were leaving, Nangi said, we are going to Colombo for the new year. Can Kusuma come too? Please, Lokunanda. Please let her come. I always feel so dull at Punchiammas. Everyone's bigger than me and they don't play with me. Please, Lokunanda. Yes. We find Mala taking Varaka to Lokunanda we find Mala taking Varaka to Lokunanda to convince her to let Kusuma go to Colombo with them. Yes. Another idea is also given. That is that Lokunanda likes taking gifts. මේ බදාදා ඒ කියන්නේ නෙමෙයි අඟහරුවාදා 4 වෙනිදානේ. අද දෙක නේද? ඔව්. 4 වෙනිදා උදේ වරුවේ පැය 4ක් විතර ඉඳ රෙඩි වෙලා ඉන්න. හරි? මේක ඉවරයක් කරමු.
හරි සර්.
Go to Colombo with them. Yes. We learn that Lokunenda also liked taking gifts. Yes. Lokunenda style. Yes. Smile. Yes. Yes. Now, please, Lokunanda. Yes. Nangi is pleading, almost tearful face. The warak of today, the mangosteen of tomorrow. He says, Banda, when brings mangosteen, I will bring you. Kalutara, that area famous for mangosteen. How could Lokunanda refuse? She did not refuse. So it was settled. Kusuma would go to Colombo with us. Nangi raced to the back of the house. Kusuma was sweeping the garden. You are coming with us to Colombo. You are coming with us. Nangi jumped up and down. She was mad with joy. Kusuma stood where she was quite still. You are coming to Colombo. Kusuma stared. Then all at once she understood. She smiled. A little dimple appeared for a moment. She had never seen that dimple before. I never saw it again. Her teeth was very small, like little gleaming against a polished rice, and all the stars in the sky tumbled right into her great black eyes. We were to go to Colombo the following week. The day before we left, Nangi and I went to Lokunanda with 2 bottles of honey that she wanted. Honey. That time, Kitulni honey. We were to leave for Colombo by the Ruhunu Kumari the next morning. As we stepped onto the veranda, we could hear Lokunanda's angry voice from inside. That means Kusuma has eaten 1 caun. Aren't you thoroughly ashamed, girl? You eat a mountain of rice every day. Yet you are still greedy, disgusting, filthy girl. Chi. Eat a mountain of rice every day. Kanekatath but kandak kano. Salvi said something, but we wouldn't hear her very clearly. Thoroughly curious now, we went into the pantry where all the noise was. The moment Lokunanda saw us, she said angrily, Kusuma is not going to Colombo. She is not going. Don't I give her enough to eat? Do you know what she has been doing? Quietly eating my caun. They were here in this air-tight tin. I caught her stealing, caught her red-handed. අතට මහුණා. Caught her red-handed කියන අතට මහුණා කියන එක. Red-handed. It was true. Kusuma was clutching a caun in her hand. She started at the floor. Half the cauns have been eaten. She had a tin of caun Lokunanda. She has been stuffing herself in these last 2-3 days. The greedy thing, Mala. You have been spoiling her with all these talks of Colombo. All those lions and zebras. She's getting quite disobedient. No Colombo for her. No new clothes and jacket. I give and give. And this is my reward. This creature is still my caun. Man දෙනවා. මට කරන්න මෙහෙමයි. Now what shall we do? You can make some more, Lokunanda, said Nangi timidly. Look, we have brought you some really fine honey. She held out the bottles eagerly. After this, don't come. We will continue Tuesday. Lokunanda ignored the bottles. Make some more, or it is easy for you to talk. Will you make them for me? this fine young lady go to Colombo, and I'm to sweat over fire making more count to replace those she had gobbled up. මේ නෝන කොළඹයන්ඩයි මේ යා කාපු කැවුම් වලට හරියන්න මං කැවුම් හදන්නයිනේ දාඩිය දාගෙන ගින්දර ළඟ. The karmic law is my constant guide, not Colombo, no zebras and kangaroos for this creature here. She will stay behind and help to me more count. Sorry. යා කොළඹයන් නෑ මට කැවුම් හදන්න උදව් කරන්න. Kusuma didn't look up. Now that we can't say that Kusuma eating count is correct, but being a religious lady, her response, that is the problem. Kusuma didn't look up, didn't utter a word. The count held tight in a clenched, crumbled, and the bits fell on the floor. Nangi and I left quietly. A few minutes later, we could still hear Lokunanda. Action and reaction by Chitra Fernando. Action and reaction story, did I send it to your group? No. Or you can find it. Please answer.
මම ෆොටෝකෝපි ගහගත්තා සර්.
හරි. ඒක මේ අර A level literature book එකේ තියෙනවා. එහෙම නැත්නම් මම එවන්න මට ඒක අමතක වුණා. Okay. හරි. Now this is a story about Buddhist background, about a woman who is over devotional. She is called Lokunanda. Monks tell her Payagala Hamini. She is a woman of dual characters. Her characteristics are different. She is very much occupied to the religion. Her only concern is religion. Buddhism temple. She gives donations, but she is also hypocritic. Right? Her actual character is not pretended character. Pretension and reality are different. Right. Two characters are there. One character is religious character. Other character is another character. Right? That is not religious. She is also hypocritic, jealous. We discussed the point that Lokunanda is also unmarried. She is also misanthrope. Right? Nisra, please give you all notes to that girl, okay?
Okay, sir.
Right. And also the videos in the group. Right. Right. Now we came to the point that Lokunanda brought a girl called Kusuma from a Matara Toditapa's family, very poor girl, to bring up like a daughter, actually not daughter, her servant. Kusuma is actually her servant, not daughter. Right? Now, the incident is that narrator Mahinda's younger sister Mala becomes friendly with this girl because she has no friends. Mala has no friends. One day, they were arranging a trip to Colombo, and Mala wants to convince Lokunanda to accompany the girl, Kusuma. Therefore, with Mahinda, Mala goes to Lokunanda's house with some varaka, honey jack. That moment, they find Lokunanda shouting. Why? That girl has stolen her gown. Right. Therefore, she said she didn't allow the girl to go to Colombo. Please tell me the last few lines of the note. 2-3 lines of the note.
We find Mala taking Varaka to Lokunanda to convince her to let Kusuma go to Colombo with them. We learn that Lokunanda also liked taking gifts.
Yes. Yes. It is now right like it is. At this moment, we come to know that Kusuma has stolen Lokunanda's gown. Now this story uses singular words, gown, Lokunanda, Kunchinanda, yes. And she shouted violently. It is after that Lokunanda prohibited Kusuma to go to Colombo. Now see here from this place, let's read. Kusuma didn't look up. I didn't utter a word. The gown held tight in a clenched fist. She's keeping a gown in the clenched fist. Crumbled and the bits fell on the floor. Nangi and I left quietly a few minutes later. We could still hear Lokunanda shouting at Kusuma. Tears of disappointment were streaming down Nangi's cheek. Yet Kusuma hadn't shed even a single tear. Now, being a Buddhist lady, her occupation is giving. But when Kusuma is in a single gown, she shouts violently. That is the bad side of it. Right? Right like this. Lokunanda's dual character comes out here when she shouts Kusuma for stealing gown. Yes. She is devoted Buddhist woman whose occupation is donating but her behavior at the event of Kusuma stealing Kaun is violent. Kaun is violent. Yes. A religious lady cannot be expected to behave that way. Behave that way. Yes. This is what the writer wants to tell about Lokunanda and her behavior. Yes. Yes. Right. We saw her in the garden next morning as we walked past Lokunanda's house, the railway station. Nangi tried to speak to her, but she ran inside. Mother said, "Now, Mala, leave her alone. You will only make Lokunanda angrier. It was very wrong of her to steal. She has to be punished." Lokunanda's always talking about giving it, but she's not going to give Kusuma even a New Year present. And Kusuma isn't going to get any kaun or cookies or alua. Lokunanda is very unkind, yes. See here. Enough, Mala. Enough. You talk for too much. Kusuma has stolen. She has to be punished. I agree completely with Lokunanda, said father severely. Nangi pouted. She was glum all the way to Colombo, but when she arrived at Punchi Amma's, we found that our cousin Leela had come down from Kandy, and then Nangi forgot all about Kusuma. After the Kaun incident, Lokunanda kept Kusuma very busy. She was always cleaning, polishing, sweeping, or crocheting. There was little time for play. In the month that followed, I too began to be increasingly busy. At the end of the year, I sat for my first public examination and passed with 2 distinctions and several credits. After that, I went to live with Punchiamma in Colombo and I went to school there. I was in Payagal only for the holiday. The world, I realized, was a very big place, and the world of ideas was even bigger. I passed my university entrance examination and went to live in Kandy. I read a lot. I held forth to my friends, argued with my teachers. The world in those days was a very exciting place. I was right at its center and a very important person. Yes. After that, Mahinda recalls how he went to school and how he got the, yes, he went to Kandy and then Colombo. Yes, the world became different. I still spent my holidays in Payagla, that small dull town. I remembered that the long vacation in my final year at university very well. Lokunanda was just the same, still full of Shraddha, still busy collecting meritorious acts. But there was now about, in an air of relaxation, the air of someone who could rest a bit after a hard life of meritorious toil and labor. Lokunanda knew that she was still a long way from Nibbana and she was in no special hurry to get there. She had no objection to remaining in Sansara for a couple of yen. Yen mean kalpe also, and she was determined to spend those yens comfortably as possible. She had always been a very practical woman. Right now, yes, we find mm, කවුද මෙයා මේ Mahinda recalling his past and then giving a description about the behavior of . 」 . 「  . 」 . 「 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 . 」 Lokunanda, as that is contradictory to sorry, tell me the last sentence. Giving a description. Yes, Nisra, please tell quickly.
Giving a description about the behavior of Lokunanda as that is contradictory to
The values and attitudes of Buddhism. Yes. Now, actually, she wants a comfortable life, right? In next life, Buddhists have next life, you know. This life, next life, life after life, yes. According to Mahinda, Lokunanda's intention is to have a comfortable life in next life, in next birth. Next birth is Buddhist teaching, okay? All right. A week before my vacation ended, we were all invited to a big Piritandani. Again, Piritandani. Piritandani. They are also singular word. Piritandani. At the home. Lokunanda's Piritandani were always a great success. Everyone enjoyed themselves. For at least 2 days before, the house was full of people. She is arranging Piritandani. Bustle, talk, laughter, the smell of food. There was friendliness and good humor everywhere. This Piritandani was to be really a grand affair. Now, Mahinda recalls one Pirit. 25 monks had been invited. Kusuma, who was very artistic. Now, Kusuma is young, okay? Now, this is one place of her behavior. Was helping with the decoration of Pirit Mandapi. I watched her as she worked. She was at this time about 19, tall, slender, fair skin. Her hair was tied back in a big conde. Her face was fuller, rounder, but eyes were as huge and as black as ever. She moved quickly, lightly, and then all at once I realized that Kusuma was a very beautiful woman. So I looked at her often. So I did Lokunanda, but for very different reasons. During a Piridani, there were a lot of young men around Lokunanda, took her responsibilities very seriously. Seeing that everyone behaved in the proper way was the most serious of those responsibilities. Kusuma in particular was a special responsibility. Right. Now, Kusuma falls in love with a young man called Piyadasa. Kusuma wasn't even in the least bit frivolous. Salpi was quite old now. and Kusuma was beginning to have an increasingly important place in Lokunanda's household. She valued that importance very much. She moved gracefully but efficiently from kitchen to veranda, supervising, organizing, advising. One young man in particular was very willing to obey her instructions and orders. He always managed to find work where she was likely to be. If Kusuma was in the kitchen, he was there too. Who? That man, okay. Now Mahinda was looking at, observing it. If he was there too, eager to cut, chop, soft or pound. If she was in the sitting room, now cleared the Pirit Mandap, there he was eager to hammer in nails, paste papers, move tables and chairs. Kusuma spoke to him very briskly, sometimes even severely. There was never the slightest softness in her voice or face. But once I saw her look around as if searching for someone, she looked anxious. Then she spotted him among all the other young men and smiled, a quick, tiny smile. Lokunanda did not see that smile, but I did. I asked Nangi who he was. Ah, that's Piyadasa. He works in Marty Mudalali's Kade. I looked at him again. He was tall and fair-skinned and had a kind face. I liked him. මෙතන තමයි incident එක. After that, she falls, yes. And after that, she tells Lokunanda that she wants to marry Piyadasa. That is the place where Lokunanda behaves violently again. On the night of the Pirit, the 25 monks arrived in all their yellow robed splendor and their places in the pure Pirit Mandape. Its walls were made of cut paper or its canopy or dazzling white cloth. If the monks were seated inside the Mandape looked up, they would have seen that the canopy had little bunches of young coconut leaves hanging from it at intervals. They had placed there by Kusuma. We sat around the Mandape on mats and listened to the monks chanting Pirit. I looked around me and noticed Piyada seated behind Kusuma. They were right at the back of the room. Lokunanda, who was the chief Dayaka in the temple subscriber. Now Dayaka, Sadda, Pirit Mandape, Dane, Kade, Mudalali. These are the words they use. And Donna Ferudin sat by herself on a special little mat, forehead level. She was the picture of perfect Sadda and we all admired her greatly. After Mahapirita, that night there is called Mahapirita Pirit. Okay. Now the writer is a Buddhist one. Oh, Chitra Fernando. Chitra Fernando criticizes the way Sinhala Buddhists follow the religion, right? Because now they pretend to society that they are real Buddhists, but inside they are very hypocritic people. Some people are. They go to temple to show others that they are religious, but reality is different. Yes. I went off after Mahapita. I went off to bed. Lokunanda sat listening to the chanting all night. I was told this was nothing less than we expected. Yet she was the most energetic us all in the next morning. After the morning meal, the chief monk preached a short sermon. I still remember the sermon very well. It was on Dana Paramita, the perfection of giving. We had heard lots of Jataka stories on the perfection of giving before. The story of Vesantara, of Sri Sangabo, and of course the story of the little self, sacrificing hair whose image Sakra placed high up in the bright moon for all to see. These stories we all knew, but not the story the chief monk told us in the morning This was new to us. Pingatuni, he began. Now here talking about one Buddhist story, right? Once Bodhisattva was born, right? You can read it. That they are the stories. අපි මේවට කියන්නේ දාන කෙටි කියලා. After alms giving, Buddhist monks tell various things. Why? Again, people give alms then. Yes. After that, after this story, he tells a long story, Buddhist monk, okay? The monk stopped. I saw, okay. The Kunanda, yes. This is the most successful Piritandani I ever given. Everything went off beautifully. Did you notice how Mrs. Valikala was eyeing Pirit Mandapi? Is 10 times nicer than hers. Now, who made Pirit Mandapi? Piyadas and Kusuma. Yes. Right like this. The writer describes the event of Piritandani, as a grand affair, with Lokunanda showing her pride to the neighbors. Yes. We come to know that she's a woman. අදත් මේක කට් වෙනවා. මේකෙන් පස්සේ මට විනාඩි 20ක් වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ ආයෙ පටන් ගමු. Yes. Remind me what I said at last.
We come to know that she is a woman.
Or we come to know that. Yes.
She is a woman.
She's a woman. Right. She's a woman who tries to show her pride to others through the religious activities. Yes. That is not the teaching of real Buddhism. According to Mahinda, it was Kusuma who made the Pirit Mandapi. Pirit Mandapi කියන පිරිත් කිනොට හදන එක. හාමුදුරුවෝ වාඩිලා ඉන්නේ පිරිත් මණ්ඩපේ. But she does not thank Kusuma. Yes. As we are told, Lokunanda told that her Pirit Mandappe was 10 times nicer than 10 times nicer than whose? Mrs. Valikala. Again, මෙතනත් තියෙන religious competition එක. Want to overtake others, right? There is no such a teaching in Buddhism. Here the writer points out how far this lady wanted to overtake others in religious activities. Full stop. Of course, that is, she asked me who had made it and where we had got all the white paper from. I muttered something, but I didn't tell. Then she asked me who had made it. Namrangi told who made it. It was made by Kusuma. Where we had all got all that white paper from. I muttered something, but I didn't tell. Because he didn't tell, he can't criticize Lokunanda. Both Nandas laughed gleefully, almost like little girls. 2 days later, when I arrived home after sea bath, I found Lokunanda, Punchinanda, Mother and Nangi all seated on the veranda talking. It seemed a very serious conversation. Lokunanda looked agitated, angry. Kusuma wants to marry Piyadasa. Nangi burst out when she saw me. Right? Good idea. Lokunanda stared at me as if I had suddenly turned into a serpent. Kusuma to marry Piyadasa? She exploded. What's wrong with it? I really couldn't see what all the fuss was about. That was what I thought too, said Nangi boldly. Nangi had just got engaged to our second cousin, Nihal, and felt that everyone should be encouraged to marry as quickly as possible. We both looked at Lokunanda. In spite of being a final year at the university, I felt a bit afraid. Lokunanda's chest heaved. Her lips trembled. Her eyes seemed to shoot sparkled of fire. Actually, she is a misanthrope. Misanthrope means lady who doesn't like men. Her younger sister also remained unmarried because of her. Other thing is that she now hates Kusuma marrying Piyadasa. The selfishness, the ingratitude of everybody. After all I have done. That means he say, I have done many things to her. She to marry Piyadasa. Punchinanda said, you young people these days don't think of anything serious. Only your own selfish desires matter. Do you ever think of your duty? She spoke very severely. Tanha, tanha, tanha. According to Lokunanda, marriage is tanha. Is it tanha? Now, if she is, She brought Kusuma to bring up as a daughter, So what is parents' duty? Every mother, every father's duty is to give her their daughter to a suitable man when the suitable age comes. That is the universal reality. But here marriage is tanha. When I think of what I have done for that girl, she was like a wild animal when she came to me, covered with sores and lice. I cleaned her, fed her, clothed her, civilized her. Piedad came to me and said he wants to marry her. Said she was willing. I couldn't believe. I do these things behind my back. Lokunanda's chest began heave again. Now this is the point, action and reaction, okay? I said, Lokunanda, don't be angry with me, but they haven't done anything behind your back. Piedad came and asked you, didn't he? They haven't run away or anything, as Freud says. Mahinda, what do you know about these things? After you went to university, your head is stuffed with full useless foreign ideas. Who is Freud? Huh? Who is this Marx you are not now always trying to talk about? What do these foreigners know about our ancient Sinhala culture? Are you given Kusuma so much? Are you been like a mother to her? If it is too much to ask for a little gratitude in return, it's a duty to stay with Lokunanda. Lokunanda didn't bring her up for nothing, said mother. Mother also said she should stay with Lokunanda, not to marry Piyadasa. Yes. But she says Piyadas and she will live close to Lokunanda. She says she will continue to work for Lokunanda, argued Nangi. I know what those promises are worth. Lokunanda sounded very sour. Will Kusuma have to live with Lokunanda forever then? Asked Nangi. Why not? Snapped Punchinanda. Much better her to stay with Lokunanda than going off with Piyadas and having 10 children. I'm not selfish. I will arrange a marriage for Kusuma to the right person at the right time. But she can't marry Piyadas. Lokunanda was very firm about that. That is a false idea. She tells lies. She will never arrange a marriage for her. Arrange a marriage for her? No wonder she is so selfish. Yeah, we spoiled her thoroughly, Akka, said Punchinanda. I'm going to ask Marty Mudalal to send Piyadas away to his brother's shop in Gaul. I have done a lot for Marty Mudalali. That man has a lot of respect for me. What if Kusuma runs away, I asked. She will never do that, said Nangi. She is very loyal to Lokunanda. Loyal? Fine loyalty, snapped Lokunanda. Kusuma did not run away. She continued to live in Lokunanda's household exactly as before. After a few months, Lokunanda forgot all about Piyadas' incident. He eventually married the girl in Goldland. As far as we know, never even visited Payagal again. Kusuma, of course, never married. I never heard Lokunanda talk about arranging a marriage for her again, but she gave over the running of the house entirely to Kusuma. This left her free to study the Abhidhamma. It was Kusuma who arranged for all sale of garden produce like coconuts and yams. It was Kusuma who bought all the necessities for the household. It was Kusuma who organized all the Piri ceremonies and danes. She became almost as keen as Lokunanda in the performance of such duties. They seemed to give her an ever-increasing pleasure. She talked a lot about how the accumulation of merit would give a person better life in the future. She often said that she must have been very wicked in a past life and was determined to better in her present one. Lokunanda was very pleased with her. Punchinanda began to be almost jealous. Right. Right in a new para. That the real story comes, I can start करेगी the real
The real story comes
comes when Piyadasa proposing to marry Kusuma. On this occasion, we find Lokunanda behaving violently as Kusuma committed a crime. Mahinda tells that his chest, her chest, heaved and lips trembled on hearing that news. As she tells, Kusuma is with Tanna and she is selfish. Yes. It is at this point we again come to know that Lokunanda is a misanthrope. M-I-S-A-N-T-H-R-O-P, misanthrope, who abhors, A-B-H-O-R-P-S, abhors, A-B-H-O-R-S, abhors males. Yes. We also understand that we also understand that her actual intention in bringing up Kusuma is not to bring up her like a daughter, but as a servant. Right. She behaves like marriage is a crime, and remaining unmarried is virtuous. Yes. Not only Lokunanda, but also Punchinanda remained unmarried. Unmarried. Unmarried because Punchinanda also absorbed her elder sister's attitudes. Now, in a wrong understanding, Lokunanda thinks that remaining unmarried is religious, and getting married and living with a man is sinful. Yes. What we could understand is that Lokunanda had wrong attitude that remaining unmarried is meritorious and getting married then living with a man is sinful. Yes. However, this view is contradictory to the religion, to the Buddhism, because Buddha never advised followers not to get married. Not to get married. Yes. He always advised how to spend successful marriage life. Buddha always encouraged to marry. Yes. The real meaning of action and reaction, as the writer means, begins from this place, begins from this point often. This point of Lokunanda contradicting Kusuma Marin Piyadasa. Yes. As a result of that, Kusuma remains unmarried then, follows the Buddhist path as her mistress does. Right, that is the action and reaction. Reaction is that now Kusuma begins with taking revenge on Lokunanda, her mistress, her madam. Why? She didn't allow her to marry Piyadasa. Not only she dropped the marriage, but also she worked to chase Piyadasa away from Payagala. He worked in Martin Mudalali's shop, and Martin Mudalali sent him to Matara. It is said that later he got married the girl from Matara. He never came to Payagal again. So is it suitable? Yes. Marriage is universal concept and marriage is a universal concept, and all parents arrange marriages for their children when their ages are correct, ages are suitable. Sorry, when they reach suitable ages. when they reach suitable ages. Yes. But Lokunanda works hostile to that universal reality. Yes. Action is Lokunanda prohibiting Kusumamarin Piyadasa and reaction is Kusuma becoming religious and taking revenge on Lokunanda through religion. Now after that, Lokunanda has no one. Kusuma becomes powerful in the house, right? Lokunanda buys an adjacent land and build a Bana hall. Kusuma builds a shrine room to the temple, right? And that way, finally she remains to a wheelchair. Without food also, right? Today we are doing the last part of action and reaction. Now step by step Kusuma is receiving the ownership of the house. She is having it to buy a brass lamp for the temple. Kusuma earns money and buys the brass lamp. One of those big tall ones. She is a good girl, doesn't spend her money on clothes and powder like other young women. Her one aim in life is to do meritorious acts. Now, Kusuma has also absorbed the nature of her mistress, religious values. She also commits religion. Now, actually, Kusuma takes revenge on Lokunanda. How? In religious activities. Becoming too much religion is not good, right? It does good to nobody. Religion we have to keep in handling, right? Religion is not our life. Other thing, here Lokunanda is a woman who has misunderstood religion. She dedicates her life to religion, gives everything to temple, earn and gives temple. She doesn't get married. She remains a Svinista. Svinista means unmarried woman till she is old and dies. Her servant also remains so. Her sister also remains so. If her servant Kusuma married and had children, she would look after this one. If Lokunanda married in her young, youthful age, her children would look after her. Now there is no one to look after her. Right? Religion doesn't look after her. Buddha never told to give everything to temple. Right? Buddha advised women to get married and have children. Buddha, in a sutra called Singalowada Sutra, preach followers how to spend successful marriage life. He gave advice to wives how to look after in-laws, mother-in-law, father-in-law, how to treat husband, like that. Marriage is a universal reality. This lady, right, contradicts that. As a result of that, she becomes religious. As a result of prohibiting her servant to get married, right, Kusuma, the servant, also begins with the right religious mission to take revenge. She also becomes too religious. Now there's a religious competition because she wants to be born a rich woman in next life. I are smiling. Now, something wrong about Buddhist is that many Buddhist people think about next life. This life, they think they are born this life because of a previous karma. So if they commit religious deeds this life, next life they can go to a better place. No, that is wrong. That is wrong. People suffer because their karma or their, problems of leaders. Is it people's karma or rulers' error? We suffer because of rulers' error. It is now new rulers came, they should have time to solve these problems. Yes, I couldn't argue with that. Lokunanda had always been a very practical sort of woman. I went to England again for postdoctoral study 3 years later. Twice she went to England. When I returned for a visit after 2 years overseas, I found Lokunanda older grayer. She took me to the temple and showed me the magnificent brass lamp Kusuma had donated the year before. She herself had just bought half an acre of land again in the temple ground. She planned to build a new Bana hall there when she had enough money. The vihara, the shrine room, and the wall around the temple were dazzling white. Kusuma had paid for the whitewashing this time. Kusuma had paid for whitewashing the temple. Lokunanda had wanted to contribute something towards it, but Kusuma had refused very firmly. The merit from this act to be hers and hers alone. She did not want to share it with anyone. Religion is opium. If we become too much attracted to religion, it is like taking opium. It was a long time before I returned home again on another visit. Many things had happened during my absence. Lokunanda had had a stroke, which paralyzed both her legs. She now used a wheelchair. After Punchinanda's death of a heart attack, Mother had sold our house and gone to live with Nangi in Kandy. Nangi urged me to go and see Lokunanda, who still lived in Payagala. Kusuma looks after her very well. Lokunanda is so lucky to have her. She is very lonely. I haven't been to Payagala for over a year. I am tied to the house with all my children, Mother said. Yes, who said Nangi. Yes, Mahinda, said mother. I went to see her last year when I was in Colombo. But you know how difficult traveling is these days. The trains are jam-packed. The buses are jam-packed. And I'm too old to knock about now. Go, Mahinda. She will be so happy to see you. She is very fond of you. Lokunanda's house was still the same. The garden looked flourishing. The coconut trees were loaded with nuts, the mango trees with fruit. The orchids just beside the veranda were all blooming. Lokunanda was in her wheelchair on the veranda. She saw me, tried to speak but couldn't. Her face quivered. I went up to her and took her hand. She held it tightly. Her hair was completely white. The skin of her neck and arms hung down in loose folds. In the years I had been away, she had shrunk into an old woman. I thought I would never see you, Puta, she said at last. Her voice was all query. When did you return? About 3 weeks ago. Payagal is exactly the same. We talked a bit. I gave her news of Mother and Nangi. Suddenly I remembered the banner hall she had been talking about years before. Is it finished now? I asked. Yes, she said quietly. She looked down at her hand. I felt something wrong. Aren't you happy about Lokunanda? Yes, I am Mahinda. It's a great consolation to me to have built the hall before I died. Kusuma is building a new shrine room. Now there is a religious competition. Now Lokunanda is old, poor, and she can't do anything. Kusuma controls her property. Now Kusuma is the powerful lady. She has dominated Lokunanda. With Lokunanda's money, now Kusuma is making a new shrine room to the temple. Kusuma building a shrine room? Kusuma? But where does she get the money from? I asked quite thunderstruck. She gets some money from the sale of her table mats and pillow lace. Then they ask coconut money. But Lokunanda, coconut money belongs to you. I asked her to use the money. I said Lokunanda comfortably. Not that. By force she takes. We were silent. I looked around. I could see into the sitting room from where I was. Seemed strangely bare. Something was missing. Suddenly it came to me, Lokunanda's antique ebony furniture. What has happened to ebony furniture? Lokunanda looked even more uncomfortable. I asked Kusuma to sell it for the shrine room. Now, Lokunanda's ebony furniture also sold to build the shrine room. Kusuma has done. But Lokunanda, that furniture, you loved that furniture. You said you would never sell it. In fact, she had always said that the furniture was for me because it belonged to my grandfather. I wondered whether she remembered. I looked at her. She was twisting her hands nervously. Kusuma has been like a daughter to me. She does everything to me. Where's Kusuma? She's at the temple. She goes every day to see how the building is going on. Don't say anything. Don't scold her, Mahinda. She's like my daughter. Her one desire in life is to build that shrine room. But at your expense, did you really want to sell that furniture? Lokunanda began to weep. That furniture was my father's. I wanted you to have it. I had never seen Lokunanda weep before. Great rivers of tears streamed down off her sunken cheeks. I noticed she wasn't wearing the ruby earrings. I didn't need to ask what had happened to them. I supposed all Lokunanda jewelry would be gradually sold to pay for the shrine room and other meritorious acts. I don't want the furniture. I live in a tiny room two-roomed flat in London, the size of your sitting room. What could I do with ebony furniture there? I don't want to cling to my possession, but that ebony furniture was my father's. I didn't want to sell it. Never mind, Lokunanda. Building a sign room is a very good thing, a meritorious act. It seemed strange to be talking like that, but I couldn't really console Lokunanda, though she stopped weeping. It was almost lunchtime when Kusuma returned from the temple. She was not at all pleased to see me. I couldn't see that. She was now a middle-aged woman, broadly strong, determined hard. Lunch was served almost immediately. I wheeled Lokunanda's chair to the dining table. Lokunanda loved good food in the old days. I looked at the rice, the polsambol, and a bit of dried fish on the table. There, lunch, polsambol, and dried fish. Kusuma stared at me defiantly as if daring me to criticize. I was silent. Lokunanda said, "If only I had known you were coming, Puta, I would somehow have got some sear fish with prawns for you. You used to like them so much. Now I like dried fish better than anything else," I said, giving her a bright, false smile. It was a very silent meal. I wondered whether I should tell Mother and Nangi about Lokunanda's situation. But what good would it do? It was impossible for Lokunanda to live in Kandy. There was no room for her in Nangi's house. And who would look after her? I just could not see Kusuma living in Nangi's household. As Kusuma was clearing away the dishes and plates, I said, "So Kusuma, I hear you are building a shrine room. It must be very expensive business." Lokunanda looked at me pleadingly, fearfully. Kusuma glared at me. "I have found the money for it. It's a very meritorious deed. Now no one should interfere with such good things. When will it be completed?" "The building will be completed in about a month's time, but I need more money for the image and wall painting inside. My name will be inscribed outside because I am the donor," she said, smiling proudly for the first time. "Would you like to donate something, Mahinda Mahatta?" she asked. I was surprised. Lokunanda looked at me appealingly. I pulled out my purse and gave her 50 rupees. That time 50 means today. She took it eagerly and put the notes to her purse. I wheeled Lokunanda back to the veranda. "Tell me about London, Puta. Is it a big city? England must be a very advanced country." "No. Who cooks for you?" She laughed when I told her that I cook for myself. "Fine meals you must be cooking. No wonder you look so thin. So why don't you get yourself a wife? Then she can cook for you." I ignored this suggestion and got up and saying I had to leave. Her face changed. "Ane Puta, what's the hurry? Stay the night, stay the night." I said I couldn't. I had to be in Colombo for a lecture at the university that evening. And I promised Mother to be in Kandy the next day. Lokunanda gave a little sigh. We were coming to the last part of that short story. Let's complete it and go to the other. Now, Mahinda, after returning from London, he goes to Kandy, and his mother and Nangi asked him to visit Lokunanda in Payagala, so he went. He said, after that, here we discussed, I ignored these suggestions and got up saying I had to leave. Her face changed. "Ane Puta, what's the hurry? Stay the night, stay the night." I said I couldn't. I had to be in Colombo for a lecture at the university that evening, and I promised Mother to be in Kandy the next day. Lokunanda gave a little sigh. When shall I see you again, Puta? Next time I will come. You will come, I will be dead. Don't talk like that. Next time I see you, you will be on your feet and running this house yourself. But neither of us believed in that extravagant lie even for a second. She tried to smile, then said, "No, I will die in this wheelchair. It's my karma. But I am very lucky to have Kusuma. She is like my own daughter. It's my karma," she repeated. I said goodbye. She clung to my hand and kissed it. "Come and see me again before you leave, Puta. Tun sarne bhitai." And she said once again, "It is my karma." Common at a commonplace, almost meaningless phrase mouthed by so many, and yet, as I look back for one to last wave, there seemed to be truth in it, the truth reflected in that heavy sullen woman standing in the doorway, in the other feebly waving loose-skinned hand. All right. Now, one of you please read last 10 lines like that. Our note. Hurry up. Miss,
But
yes.
Lokunanda works hostile to that universal reality. Action is Lokunanda prohibiting Kusuma marrying Piyadasa, and reaction is Kusuma becoming religious and taking revenge Lokunanda to religious.
That's all. Yes. Yes. Now, right. In this story, the writer criticizes the way some Buddhists follow the religion. Yes. Because of Lokunenda's action of prohibiting Kusuma marrying Piyadasa, the reaction is Kusuma attempting to overthrow her mistress through doing through doing religious actions. Yes. At the last part of the story, we see Kusuma dominating the protagonist, you know, main character, protagonist, and building a shrine room to the temple at her own expenses because she should have her own merits, without sharing it with others. Yes, full stop. We know that it is not Kusuma's money that she spends for the shrine room, and she has also sold her mistresses jewelry, ebony furniture, and property of the land. Yes. Finally, the protagonist becomes a pauper, P-A-U-P-R, poor one, pauper, and extremely helpless. Extremely helpless. Yes. Her situation could have been different if Kusuma married Piyadasa because she promised to continue her service uh, to her mistress. To her mistress. If that happened so, Kusuma would never find such an extremist path of religious performances. Yes. Having reduced Lokunenda to a pauper, Kusuma takes revenge on Lokunenda. Yes. The other action is Lokunenda becoming a misanthropic woman and preferring PREFER and preferring living a spinster. Yes, full stop. In her young age, if she married, she would have her own children to look after herself. Yes. The last meal, Mahinda had at Lokunanda's house was a very poor one. Full stop. What we understand in it is that Kusuma at least did not give her good meals. Good meals. Yes. Kusuma's hypocritic, hypocritic, hypocritic character could be understood here. Could be understood here. Yes. Kusuma's religious actions are therefore not genuine and she has a secret plan. Right. The most essential fact is that Lokunanda dedicated her whole life to the temple and she became the chief donator of the temple when she was rich and able. Full stop. But now there is no one to look after herself. Yes. Religion does not appear for her. Religion does not appear for her. Religion does not appear for her. The writer is sarcastic towards this type of characters whose only ambition is religion. Only ambition is religion. Yes. She lost all her wealth because of her absorption, absorption, absorption to the religion. Yes. Her behavior is, however, contradictory to Buddhism. Full stop. She is a woman who has misunderstood the values and attitudes of Buddha's teaching. Yes. Lokunanda at last tells that it is her own karma that brought her to this lugubrious, lugubrious, lugubrious condition. Yes. Karma in English is action. Yes. Lokunanda believes it is as her own karma that She brought to this life from previous lives as it is told samsara which is transmigration TRNSMIGRAT transmigration in English. Yes. Though she tells so, comma, we know that her own actions of this life brought her to this condition, but not karma of previous birth. Yes. Therefore, it is understood that the writer Chitra Fernando provides us with a detailed account on the unnecessary religious actions and its reactions. Yes. At her funeral, Buddhist monks will exhort, EXHORT, Anusasana, exhort, as she dedicated her own life for the temple and wish that she may receive the supreme bliss of Nibbana, supreme bliss of Nibbana, which is the very common lie, lie in Buddhism, right? Thus, the writer suggests that our actions while alive should be wisdomful without becoming religiously selfish, Right. Someone please read this note, today note. Now action and reaction finished.